Hello, and I hope you've been enjoying the relaxing water sounds. The game loaded slightly quicker than I expected it to. So it's like, oh, okay, I just dumped the camera in the water and hear the otters swimming around. They're pretty cool, aren't they? Like, look at how they swim. I was just watching them a little bit. Who needs to fix that? Yeah, I'm like, I'm looking forward to this whole thing here. I feel like I probably want to. I don't know, do I want to like smash this up first? I don't know how much I do need to smash it up actually. It already looks kind of smashed up. Probably just need to like plop some like broken shit all over the ground here. Which is the Stasia. We're gonna say it the silly old fashioned way. Stasia. So we just like shove some junk in here. It's all like wonky, weird angles. That's about it, right? Just some of this junk, really. If even a little bit of like a couple of these like grid pieces would even be useful. Yeah, it's like a pre-done triangle for us. Oh, but it can only be rotated in one direction. Okay, that's so great. Yeah, that kind of works. Have we got those like some of these guys? These are good. We also need like some rocks and plants and stuff mixed up in all this. dynamic mossy rock is considered destated. That's... Oh wait, no, it's not. The the filters don't carry over. I might go tropical, because then we can get the dynamic mossy ones, dynamic mossy ones, and also the mossless ones. We're going to be using this like spin aroundy thing a lot. This whole little spin aroundy thing. Pretty sure that's the official name of it. Yeah, that's nice. Probably like put some smaller rocks in there too. Even smaller than that. That kind of size. This guy. Good, just in there, isn't it? And sort of like side kind of like yachty bit. I think a lot of this area in here will also be covered by plants. So we don't need to go like too crazy with the rocks necessarily. I mean, I will be going pretty crazy with the rocks. That's that's a given, right? As soon as I start putting down rocks, you know, I'm gonna go crazy with them. There's not a huge amount of point in turning this around that axis, is there? Doesn't make a lot of difference. Sure about that, like that. That's better. Not sure about that one actually. Maybe we can just get probably a bit big. Big and like flat. So we'll put like a bunch of. I don't want to have like a whole bunch of little rocks in there. Mix between the mossy ones, the non-mossy ones. They all need to be teeny tiny rocks. Like a little like landslide kind of thing going on, right? I mean, these ones aren't that teeny tiny, but the game doesn't offer that many really small rocks. It offers a lot of great variety of rock. No, I'm not complaining about the rocks. The rocks are great, but there's not like a huge amount of like small ones. So you kind of have to use the edges, the ends of the bigger ones to make up for that absence. I've rectified the problems of last stream, where OBS wasn't loading the chat properly. It was just a matter of reloading OBS, and that fixed it. Should I have just restarted the stream to do that? I don't know. I feel like restarting the stream is like the whole ordeal. And then the trouble is when you restart the stream, it breaks the VOD into multiple parts, and then that messes with my ability to upload it to YouTube, which is a bit annoying. So that's why I don't like to have to restart the stream at all. That's my excuse. Shove this way or something. Yeah, that's alright. It's gonna be a little bit of like a lot of putting down rocks for the foreseeable future. It's gonna be rocks on rocks on rocks. Need to do that. I want to grab this green bit. Probably sticking out a bit too much, isn't it? And I think we want also all of the mossy ones, like on the edges. We probably want a little bit of like fade between the mossy and the non-mossy. Some of the mossy rocks like quite good for not having a lot of moss on it. That's it. Some of them. Oh wait, these are the full moss rocks. That's the problem. I don't want the full moss rocks. I want the dynamic ones. Yeah. That would be good for the fade. I guess we get rid of this one, even though I quite like how I put it down there. Because it's the wrong kind of rock. It's actually giving the wrong kind. If you've been given the wrong kind of rock in the workplace, you may be able to sue. You may be, what's that? You may be entitled to some kind of remuneration, I suppose. I don't know all the words for it. No, it's a thing. We want like some more bigger rocks around here. Like I'm kind of like, we got like a bit of like a rock fall area here where some like smaller rocks have made a little thing. Scree? Is scree a word? I'm gonna have to look that up. I might have just made that word up. Scree. Be real. Why? Why is that? Check it out. Scree. Loose stony debris on a slope. I didn't just make that up. That was the word to describe the thing I was thinking of. Somehow. I doubted myself for no reason. Turns out I did know what I was talking about in this one particular circumstance. I have to show you because, you know, you wouldn't believe me if I just said it, right? If I just said, oh yeah, squeeze definitely a word, you'd be like, this guy is making up words, trying to lie about them, trying to tell us that they're real words. So that is definitely, that's not something I'd do. Oh, maybe. I don't think that's something I would do. But you never really know, do you? What you're capable of. what depths of depravity you might sink to. I'm not really sure about the water wheel bit. I like it. Maybe we just have like a little tiny hut here with the water wheel on it. Oh yeah, and it needs to be, because we got a like little rockfall here, like we can have this little hut where is the water wheel part of that group too? It is. I kind of want to make this water wheel part of its own thing, split from the group. Let's see. I want the water wheel to be part of the group. And then we water wheel. I'm gonna like, stick a thing on it. Spa. That is not like that's not in line with the water wheel at all. I guess that's fine though, because it's meant to be a little bit broken. It's probably good if it's all wonky and stuff. But I just want to grab these two bits and split them from the group. And then it will automatically make it into a building. So we want like wood, right? For this bit at least. Ooh. This tin is great. We could just make the whole water wheel building out of these like timbers like this. I think I will. And we can easily like, you know, break it up and have them like at just slightly different angles and stuff. So it's like more smashed up. It's a shame like there's no like jagged top thing to make it look more smashed. Probably makes sense for a lot of these bits to be like, leaning out this way. There's like a bunch of rock that's fallen in on the building. That's how we're designing it. Guess it should be it's above the waterline. Just right. I'm just gonna make it not broken. Break it. I think that's often a good way to make broken stuff in when you're making things in general. Good. I mean, if you're trying to make something broken in another context, but generally, like in more creative context, is when you're trying to make something look broken, isn't it? Or whatever context it is that you're trying to make something broken. The easiest way to make a realistic looking broken thing would just be to make a thing and then break it. Then it just looks about right, doesn't it? Things usually look like themselves. Oh, I like that it's all like, you know, wonky already. I already wonkified it up accidentally. And that's perfect. So we want all these like bits like sticking up and at different angles and stuff. This one. Yeah, it's not that crazy. crazier. So you can see what we're kind of going for, right? In that. I think it would be better to make it out of these guys. Ooh. These could be better for the bulls than these ones. I kind of like how thick these ones are, though. This one is like perfectly upright. Yep. Probably we're gonna have to like get some rocks like put into the just the right spots so that it looks like these things will be knocked around by the rocks. We want this bit here to look like being really pushed in. This bit just a little bit, and we'll have some like smaller rocks in there, maybe it's sticking out somehow. Maybe just like stick some plants in where where we need them. I gotta fix this terrain slightly as well. We want to paint the short grass in. It's a long grass. It looks silly when it sticks through. This one should just be like all the way down. This as well, we're just gonna have like maybe like that. It's real broken there. And this bit should also be more broken there. Something like that. It's fun that stuff doesn't keep breaking. Yes, this one should also be a bit like that. Ooh. Just like yeah, it's good. In here we'll just be all. We don't need to worry too much about the wood in there because we're going to cover that in rocks and also plants. So I'll probably do that, and then I'll stick out a few little bits of wood. Well, I suppose the whole water wheel should probably be like falling over, and, like stuck into the ground a bit. Yeah, like it's proper just like, broken off. There's got to be a spot where it was connected. Guys. Kind of work. Bit thick, right? Yeah, it's a bit thick. What else is there though? Oh, this one actually. Is that the same as that thick one that I said was too thick? No, it's not as thick. Probably something like that actually works pretty well. It's not quite the right color to go with the other bits, but I think that's fine. Maybe even... what like wood bits are there that we could work with? I'm trying to think of like how I can make it look like shit's broken. I mean, all these like shipwreck pieces are pretty great, but I feel like it's gonna put them in here. How do they look down here? Yeah, it looked pretty great. They look pretty great indeed. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have like shipwreck underwater here. Right, it's intense concentration. Decals. Boop, 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 boop. This East Asia column's quite nice. Maybe these will go. These will probably be good up here, wouldn't they? To hold up whatever like little like shrine we put up there. It's not going to be a castle. Even though I keep saying it's going to be a castle. I keep calling it a castle. I don't think it's going to actually be like a castle. It's going to be a castle-ish thing. Sure, these things will like stick out a little bit, at least make it, you know, to make it worthwhile to have them in here. I mean, it is still kind of worthwhile to have. They don't, but you know. That's so yeah, you have to like look underwater to really see where the base actually is. How is it still gonna look? Yeah. It's also an important consideration. To exit everything it to actually see properly. Yeah, it would just be kind of like in the background. You know, stones and stuff. we go. I really need to make sure we position these things right. Oop. Okay. Works. Because I need to put like lots of little ones to make it look like it's been, you know, a rock slide that's caused this. It's a little bit of a pain. I can't do my usual trick of just using heaps of the really big ones to fill the space. Some of these like little gaps I'm leaving up and thinking of how they'll be filled with other stuff. How they'll be filled with like plants and things. So they won't really be gaps like that. Some of these rocks are going to be real tricky to position exactly right. Be patient with them. Which is something I think we've proven that we can do in this game. Patience is what's made this suit what it is so far. Beautiful. Rocks in there. I think the rocks in here can be a little bit less precise with how they're put down, because really, how much are we going to see of this? There's only this one tiny angle where you can actually see in here from. I'm still going to be kind of precise about it, I suppose. It's not as obsessive, maybe. That's how you would describe how I can be sometimes about the details. If you want to like hurt my feelings or something. Jerk. How dare you come in here to my stream? Say things like that to me. Who do you think you are? Some kind of person who's in my imagination and doesn't actually exist. What a jerk. We definitely want more of the mossy ones down this way. This one has a way that we can like get it out of the spot to us. Not sure how much sense that bit there makes, but fine. Okay with it. I think there's like a rotation on this where it looks a bit better. Yeah. That's fine, I suppose. Nope, that's just mossy rock. We don't want mossy rock. We want amber rock. Favorite of the rocks. Although a lot of the dynamism is lost when we push it into the ground like we are. Thanks, Louise. Oh, right next to that bridge. That's why we keep hearing like people walking around and screaming and horning and stuff. We can't hear them like horning as in the other kind of horn. I certainly hope not. Not the zoo. It's not really the place for it, is it? Yeah, this one's one of the probably like a way we can stick this. Yeah, that looks better. Ooh, access. Some more of these guys. Rocks like this. The tropical rocks. Again, how can a rock be tropical? We already talked about this. Doesn't make sense. A rock is not tropical. But whatever. I'm not a geologist. Maybe a rock can be tropical. Maybe it just, you know, I just don't know enough about rocks. And I think I know enough about rocks to, you know, to say stuff about rocks, but really, I'm a big, like, rock noob. And all the stuff I'm saying about rocks is wrong. Like, that's likely, isn't it? I don't have any kind of formal training in geology. I always say, I mean, if I always said one thing, it'd be shit streaming. I'd just be saying the same thing all the time. But I do always say, you know what that expression means. It doesn't mean that I'm literally always saying it. It's like, it's hyperbole. It's, I sometimes say this. And it's something which I stand by. I think that's what you mean when you say, I always say X. You mean, this is a thing which I have said multiple times, which I feel confident about, or at least I hold this opinion, which is a very long-winded way of saying anything, because I haven't said anything at all. All I've talked about is the expression I always say. What was I going to say? I don't even know. I kind of lost it now. I was going to say something, but... Oh yeah, I was going to say that I feel that a lot of the world's problems are caused by people being too sure of themselves. So I'd much rather lean on the side of being less sure of myself and not contribute to that kind of thing. So when it comes to rocks, I will happily accept that I don't know what I'm talking about. As much as it breaks me up inside. I know for some reason my throat's just gotten all scratchy as I say this, so it sounds like I'm really emotional about not knowing enough about rocks. Oh. It's good by a rock. One day, father, I shall avenge you. Ah. Oh, it's too big. It's also the wrong sort. I'm thinking like this, one of the edges or like ends of this one will be a good smaller size. It's a bit blocky on its end. Oh, this end is good though. The tip. Game is really like dropping frames here and there. Just like, well, not dropping frames, just like stopping here and there randomly. It's a little disconcerting. Oh, is that? That's alright. Wow, the axis there just went crazy. Just touched it and started going through. Flying out. Sure. Crying here. Crying in constant concentration. Let's get this one with its like little square end. Let's stick that up. It's like a little square rock. It's not that square, but you know, flattish. There we go. That's looking alright. Just gotta fill up this area with a little bit. It's interesting how similar those two look to each other, even though they're like completely different parts of the rock. I guess that rock is like more symmetrical than many of the others. Yeah, that's fine like that. Another one of these little guys on its end. This one's the dynamic kind. Oh yeah, that looks like a bunch of rocks have fallen down here, right? I like it. I feel like even some of these bits can be copied over to good effect. Just like bulk out the amount of rock that seems to have fallen over this way. It's one of these. Good guy. Yeah. That makes it look like there was a thing here that's being kind of flat. We just need more little bits of wood sticking out. More of the East Asian wood. Like between some of these cracks in the rocks, we have like a plank poking up. That one's a little bit too vertical, I don't know. It needs to be lower. Where did we get that from? That's there. We're gonna have to like mess with every single angle of these to really make them work. Oh, actually, this should go like in that, shouldn't it? And we'll just like pull it down. That's that already. Stick some of these guys in. These ones are much thicker, so like where they can stick out, it's different. I like that they're already a little bit like warped. That makes them fit the style that we're going for a lot better. Yeah, nice. Just like those 3 little bits of wood add so much. I wonder if like one of these might be cool. It adds like a whole bunch of bits of wood all at once. Just in one piece. Yeah. That's nice. There's probably enough bits of wood in the rock there. The rest of the wood we can like stick in the ground, like underwater and stuff. I think I want this to just be like a little corner sticking up out of the ground. This way. I like it. That's the way. I like it. Oh yeah, I like that that little bit just sticks out as well. It's great. Wait, it sticks that rock there though. That's that rock. I do want that little bit sticking out. Yeah, go like that. Like right next to the water wheel. So, just like probably have a little rock over there or something. Dynamic Mossy rock. Rossy mock. Dynamic Rossi mock. We love dynamic Rossi mock. Rossi mock is my favorite mock of them all. I love how dynamic the dynamic Rossi mock is. It's oh yeah. So it's gonna be a bit weird to like rotate to how we want it. It needs to be like this, doesn't it? I think this one should maybe go yellow. Put like a little rock in there too. A little rock, I said, not the world's biggest rock. Here's a little rock. It's alright, we can rotate this one a little bit. Also move it, I guess. Put some more rocks in here. This one is much bigger than I intended for it to be, but that's alright. So it can go like that, and it's fine. This one we can use the tip of for a nice little rock. Yeah, like that. Gives this thing something to be resting on. Perfect. So wacky, like watching the texture move as you move the rock. Come on, Doc. Come on. Do it. Do the thing. I also want one of these in here, but I don't want it to be exactly the same, so let's like rotate it a bit. You know what? Like that. I can't tell if they're the same. You can barely see them. Yeah, that's nice. So we got our like smashed up water wheel here. Somehow the wheel itself survived, but everything else is like almost completely destroyed. Now we need the smashed up side of the castle like fixed up as well. Well, not fixed up, broken more. The opposite of fixed up. Construction. It's the dry stone. Oh, and also these bits where these support beam. When you search stone, filter through the bits that we want. Not that one. Definitely need some of these guys underground. Not underground, underwater. The other thing that is underground. They're like single bricks. There are those like, yeah, not in like the East Asian thing. There are single bricks in some of the other sets. There's these North African ones, and they're recolorable, so if we could get one to be the right color. It's the same color as this, right? I mean, it's clearly the wrong texture, but it's going to be underwater, so it's not a huge deal. It's... I mean, that's already close to the right color. I feel like these maybe have a little bit of like green to them. Maybe not. They might just be like super grey. Yeah, there's not much colour at all to them, is there? It's just we're never going to get that effect. Oh, good. That's the problem with these, is they're too nice looking, right? We need them to be more broken. Oh, you know what? There's the temple bricks. The temple pieces from there's the recolorable ones as well. These guys. Some of them are like real chunks. Yeah. We're gonna need to like match the color again though, because it's different every time. Like with each thing you paint, the textures look like make the color look different. It really doesn't have much color to it at all. Maybe it's got a slight red. No, a slight yellow. I think it does have very slight yellow to it. Or maybe my eyes are dumb. That looks about right. Good enough. Like, we've got multiple different colors of stone on this thing anyway. This doesn't like really look like any of them. Maybe put it here, we can match one of these. Oh, that's actually a little better. Yeah, let's do it like that. A bunch of leaves in here. Just like as rubble. That. Perfect. Broken piece. These pieces are like made for making ruins of. Yeah, like, I like that. Just gonna have to like stick a bunch of these guys into the wall here. At various spots to make it look more broken. Oh, this one's a grid piece across. We even want this like dark grid piece yet. Sure. Sure. Temple stone. Oh, look at how crumpled that one is. There's not like a coloured version of that really crumpled piece though. This is not recolorable. Although maybe kind of works to have a little bit of that just in there. It's the wrong colour. It's wrong. Looks silly. It's bad. It's terrible. Hate it. Good. Okay. Yep, there we go. Concentrating so hard on how I placed down this one little piece. It's like gone completely silent. Let's place the piece perfectly. Oh, we like random rotate these things actually. Something good. Fill this like hole. One random rotation and then it turned itself off. They look kind of the same. Even though they're meant to be randomly rotated different directions. This bit here, up with that. Oh, it needs, yeah, okay. We need to use like panels to make the edge of that look more broken. I think like here we only want a little bit of it to be smashed up. Like most of this should still be nice. And just a bit overgrown, and it's just like being smashed here where the rocks fell down for some reason. Where did they fall from? I don't know. Someone dropped them from the sky. It's a set piece. It doesn't need to make sense. The people coming to visit the zoo aren't going to say, hang on, I don't understand the causality behind this landslide that you've got set up here. They're going to say, well, that's really cool that you got like a fake shrine like this will collapse and stuff. But you've like spent billions of dollars on scenery. What kind of zoo can afford to do that? Tell you what. No zoo, only this zoo. This is the only zoo in the world that could possibly afford to do that. Yeah, it costs like $1 to come in. It's a bargain. Drop my lid. That's the stretching groan. Slightly different colour version of this as well. Because yeah, there's different colours in that stone, so it makes sense. Let's turn off the random project. We have like it's dumb. 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 Yeah, kind of coming along. We'll get some rocks in there as well. Or maybe just mostly plants. Rocks and plants. I think we'll do the plants first in here. And where we don't have plants, we'll put more rocks. Along here, I think we'll have like a few rocks. Like a few bigger rocks. So let's get them in now. It's a good fun. The sounds that these guys make, they sound kind of like creatures from Spore. Maybe Spore used otters as its inspiration for the sounds that the Spore creatures would make. Or like they have recordings of otters or something. But these guys sound a lot like Spore animals. I don't know, I played a lot of Spore. Sure, if you've seen the kinds of games I play, you could imagine that. That would be the kind of game I'd be into. Yeah, I should play made another Spore. How good would that be? I mean, it would probably be just as much of a mess as the first one. But despite like all its failings, the first Spore was still like a great game. I think no one has done what it did since then. It was overly ambitious. We'll certainly give it that. There's nothing else like it. So about like Rockstar or something, Bethesda, one of these game studios that's like they've got money but they're not like EA. They're not like Activision or Blizzard or something where they're not gonna spend the money on like a passion project or something cool. They're all about the money, those kind of companies, aren't they? If you get like a Rockstar or something, actually Rockstar's all about the money now, aren't they? They're all about just selling shark cards. But then again, Red Dead Redemption 2 shows that they are like willing to put a lot of unnecessary effort into making a great game. So there's a lot of passion still there. They haven't gone full like EA Blizzard kind of Activision. Although Activision's been bought by Microsoft, haven't they? Or is that just they offered to buy them and it didn't go through? I don't know. I heard something about Activision Blizzard getting bought by Microsoft. Honestly, wouldn't it be that bad? It's not like they could make the monetization any worse than it already is in their games. Maybe they'll make it better. Probably not. I can't imagine they would. But it couldn't get any like money grubbier than those companies already are. What should get more money grubby? They probably just bought it so they can put their games on Game Pass, right? Their Xbox Game Pass thing. Is it Xbox Game Pass or is it just Microsoft Game Pass? I don't know the console. I mean, I know you can use it on PC as well, but buy my games in Steam sales. And I like to own my games instead of paying a subscription fee to be able to play them, right? Probably just a bit old-fashioned that way. I don't like the idea of paying a subscription for things Although I'm happy to pay a subscription for Niantic, so I'm just a hypocrite. I love the rain. What does the rain look like if you're underwater? Oh, they haven't got it like. No, actually, you can kind of see the ripples. Oh, that's fucking awesome, actually. Man. You could just put that up as like a screensaver or something. Look at that! That's fucking beautiful! Let me like screenshot that. Yeah, this little mess. Yeah, saved once, yeah. Boy. Shit, I will be right back. I started talking, I'm like, wait a second. That looks great, actually. How cute that looks. Oh, wait, I'm looking at We haven't even put any of the vegetation in it yet. Make it look even better. Yeah, we need these guys up here. Wait, these are apples already. Okay, well that's good. So we probably need the I want to put them into the position where they're meant to be first, and then we'll do stuff like this, break them up. Maybe I didn't need to put them into the position that they were meant to be in first. I wanted to. Oh, I see. That's it's a bit of a mess there, isn't it? That's part of the base bit, so we can't actually get rid of it. We just need to cover it up with some of these bits. This one should be slightly different to the other ones. Probably not too dark on it. So, there we go. It's very slightly different. That kind of covers that up reasonably. Now, just more of these guys, like, messed up in here. Stick some more rubble. Where's the rubble come from? Who knows? Somebody's been attacking this place with a trebuchet, let's say. They've chucked a bunch of rocks at it. Really messed it up. Trebuchet is the superior siege engine, so cool. If someone attacks you with Trebuchet, you're in trouble. We don't want it like that. It's like the flat side of it, the boring side. It's not. Well, this one can be like that slightly different color again. Why not? Why not just go crazy with all the different colors? Could be a little bit of the odd one out. It's fine. In amongst these, I think we want to change some of them to be the dark. For the touch of the darker kind. Ooh. Sure. Anyway, just the comparative plus kind made me think of that song. That one line in that song. You know what? I think we need this here, right? Some of this can go away like that. Just in the front. Super pressed in the front. It's alright. Oh, it's still broken yet. I think that's as broken as it needs to be, though. See if we can get like a tree growing out of the rocks at a weird angle here or something. Oh. I want to get the shrine on the top. I want to figure that out. So it's sort of like a bit weird that that's just a straight line there or something. Cover up a bit that makes it look like such a straight line with some more rubble. Sometimes hard to tell which axis you want to turn it around. Once you've like got it on a weird axis like this, turns out it's none of the axes that are available to me. This one we want that. I finished like working on it, get it in position, and then like press escape to get rid of the little menu thing, but escape also cancels if you haven't accepted it yet. I feel very silly. Let's get it. Oh, should do. When you actually sing along to some songs, there are some like interesting lyrics. Like the amount of times when you like just listen to a song heaps of times, you just don't think anything of it, and then you do listen to the words instead of just kind of like you go, oh, that's what that song's about. Oh, I see. You can get away with a lot in a song. It's like it's a catchy tune. You can kind of say anything, and people will sing along to it, regardless of how dark the content might be, or like just weird sometimes. Like not necessarily super dark, just strange. Something like that. Sounds like someone's like banging something with a hammer upstairs. Maybe they are. That's, if they want to bang stuff with a hammer, they can do that, I assume. They did it again. Let this be a lesson to you. Kids never learn. No escape. No escape that time. There's no escape. That's not what I mean. Well, maybe it is. That was what I meant by that. Maybe I wouldn't admit it. I would pretend that I meant something innocuous, but really, I've trapped you within this never-ending rock placing, scenery constructing nightmare. It's not really a nightmare, is it? It's like a good dream. Good times. There we go. There's no like... Well, there's still a little bit of like a straight line, but it's less pronounced and less obvious. I think it's fine now. It's good enough. I want to grab some of these like little piles of differently colored rubble rocks. Just don't want to. Yeah. Yeah, they're like nice and blobby, so they can kind of just sit wherever. Especially if you turn them different directions. It's weird that they're like, both of these pillars have the 3 rocks next to them though. So let's do it like this instead. We don't need to move them both as one. So like shrine set on 7 like shrine pieces. We have to do our selection. Which I'm alright with. Thinking like, do we want some of these guys? Some of these guys, some of like some of these things, some of these. I find that in groups, I guess. Ooh. Top is it's a perfectly pre-built roof. That's actually already pretty great. It's not the right. Like, I want it to be wider than that. I think I want to split these off of the group though. Make it its own group. We can like reposition it later as well. Actually, maybe that's different. Maybe we want that whole. I like Asian roofs. They usually are just like one slope all the way down. These, it's like all Asian roofs, obviously, but like fancy temple roofs. They usually have like all these like interesting things going on in them. That's too interesting. Too interesting if it's much if it's too wide, but it's maybe not too wide if we put it like facing this way. So we need something to fill in these gaps. Oh. Got these cool bits to put on the tops and like ends and that. Great trims to add on. Maybe we just go with one of these guys, actually. What? That, and what else is there? This. Is there like just a little bit? There's like this. This. To get to work together somehow. What's this bit meant to go with? So clearly it's not this bit. There must be some piece it's meant to go with. This. This one's alright. Found in this game that the less complicated you go with your roof, usually the better, because the game does not like very complicated roofs. All of the roof pieces are... Oh, you know what this bit's for? It's for making like a pagoda. Right? We could make a pagoda. Measure where is in the middle of this. Central. Then we just like push it down. It's flipping through. Because it's with this grid piece, we can move them around together and position it more easily. It's like it's not in line with the thing below it though. That I just need because of how I put, like how I position this whole group, right? We go out and editing the group, then I can. Well, I want to edit this group. Let's move it. I guess we need to use this to line it up, right? Then bring it back up into the air. Maybe it was actually pretty much perfectly lined up. Right. How much should it be? Probably that high, it's reasonable. How much this way? It wants to be like in the middle of this platform. The platform of our castle that's not a castle. Did I even? I think I even called this street castle. Otter Castle Ruins, that's what I called it. You know what? I'm just teaching you, you can never trust anyone, especially not me. You can't trust me when I say I'm gonna build something, because once the creative juices are flowing, not even I know what I'm gonna build. I know what I might think I want to build, but I don't know what I'll end up doing. I don't think we can just stick some of these guys in. I don't know if we want to try and make it so that the otters can actually get up. We want these things to be on the same axis as this, right? Oops. sticking out a little bit. I think we can use that to help position each of them in like the same spot. We can't actually select it through just through the roof from there. Down, maybe just lower them down a little bit so they're not sticking through. So much that they cause problems for us. There. That looks right. I kind of feel like it wants some more symmetry. It wants some like no. It wants some like other roofs sticking off the sides on either side. It's not me that wants this, it's the building that wants it. You know, definitely the building and not me. Like put a bit of stuff in, like we want to get the shape. Yeah, that's more of the shape that I want. Figuring out exactly how to make the game honestly with that shape that I want. That's another thing entirely. Because none of these, or all of these, rather, are grid pieces, which means never behave well. We should have like another these little guys in here. Use this dumb. About like in bolts. Just stick some this in here. Kind of works. Does that work better, or does this one? I think this one probably works better, right? It matches with this other stuff we got. Kind of works. This bit looks a little bit weird though. I don't know if there's any way to really make it work. That's Dude, that looks kind of right. Maybe we can use like a little square or something. A little triangle from these bits to fix that. We can get it the right color. Maybe not. Maybe there'll be nothing small enough. Weird. It's not going to be perfect, but all it has to do is make these little gaps look a little bit less dumb. So we need to find the right grade. That's basically it, isn't it? Yeah, I think that was it. No other piece is going to work in this. So, oh, maybe this piece will. Is that like... Oh, that, okay. Yeah, it kind of doesn't work at all. Unless... that look better, or would it look better that? Maybe if we have two of them that meet each other, that a bit better. One of them is going to have to follow this one's line across, which means it will also need to be angled down. Wow, depending on your depending on how you look at it. Well, maybe it's like little bits or something that we put on there. Maybe just like it's so slightly darker. It's a little bit light, I think. What if we make it quite a bit darker and have it be not trying to look like it's more than that. The other problem is how that needs like that too. Yeah, what like East Asian group things are there, or like props or decorations or something? Oh, why is this not in roofs? This is clearly like a roof part. Do something with that. Yes. Maybe. use some of these guys. We had to some of this stuff going along here. That could cover up the weirdness. And just look like some roof decorations. So looks alright. Can we call this? We can. How's this if this is like something up here? Probably the weird spot where they meet. We won't like worry too much, just getting like a general idea of how that might look. Great. Not this one existed. I was thinking of using this as like one of our fallen pieces. I don't know. Let's not worry about that. I think it goes so great here. Put a boat in as part of this whole thing. Oh, if you have the boat actually in the water, then the water sinks. The water comes through the base of it. That's kind of dumb. But you can't see that unless you're looking from directly above. Like, the other option is to have the boat floating on top of the water, which just looks really dumb. Like, not on top, on top. You know what I mean? Not on top like the boat actually floats, but in a silly way. Some props, centerpieces, lights, sides, full decoration, ornaments, and dishes. These kind of cool. These guys, of course. Maybe like these things in the corners. Come out. So might just make it look weirder though. Yeah, they don't really make sense in corners like that. It's not a spot where you would see something like this, I don't think. Therefore, I am not. Calm down, camera. Is there a way that we can use these to cover up the weirdness there that would look kind of sensible? Maybe just like that. Just oriented with the slope of this roof. Space. Probably like to surface. There. Snap. That. That's kind of good. Neat. Whoop. That looks kind of weird. Like, I wouldn't choose to put these here, but they might be the best thing that we can use to cover up the weird seam there that obviously I'd rather if the seam didn't exist. You can't have everything you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. See, I would rather have it like right there as well. There. How's that look? I think that's actually right. We'll put it like that. If we do a little cheeky this, then well, easily placed the second one. What about in the end here? There probably wants to be another one of these on the end. It's a light surface here. Okay, that works. We'll fix it up. So, yeah, like on that one, they've got that. Just need to adjust it a little bit. Almost there. It's not quite right, is it? That's gotta be right. That was right. And then we copy over this whole side. Yeah. No, that's not right. Because now we have like a little bit of roof sticking through there. I didn't get it quite right. Hopefully I can see what I was doing. Is that right? No, it can't be right. It's like the grid size wrong. Is that our problem? You know what we need to do? We need to select all of this and also this. Just place it so that this is inside the other version of it perfectly, and then we'll know we're in exactly the right spot. There, we are definitely in the right spot. So anything that's not lining up is because of like weird asymmetries in the things. Oh, no, we're not perfectly lined up. How? Wish it would just keep the height of the thing as you copy it, instead of requiring you to match it manually. Let's do this. It's really hard to see where it comes through to come through. I think it's like there. Oh. God damn it. God damn it, why is this so hard? I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm buried. What if we like? It's just a matter of like getting this high right. Sounds easy to. It's not right. That high right. That's right. I think we've done it. We've got the high right. Now, something needs to be done about that. I wish this piece were a non-grid piece. That would be really good. If that were not a grid piece, but it is a grid piece. Which is not really good. These things are so great. We have some like Torii gates leading. Maybe maybe we have like Torii gates leading up to like wherever the thingy is. You know what, actually? It's kind of fine. Like, it looks a bit weird on this side. But on this side, which is the side you actually see, it's fine. There's no way to fix that on this side, sadly. But like that looks alright. It's got like the symmetry that I thought it was missing before. It's like, probably it could do with this bit being higher, but I don't know how doable that is. Maybe, oh, you know what? That's interesting. If we put like, here we go. If we put like a little half wall thing, yeah. Then we can just put that topper thing on top of that. Topper on topper. And that will make it higher. I don't know if we want the half wall to make that stuff. Maybe it's other East Asian material. The East Asian stone brick wall. That reveals that we put this too low. Oh jeez, pardon me. Maybe we hadn't put it too low. There are other East Asian walls though. Where's the like East Asian wood wall? The East Asia material. There is not. There's no wood wall. There's no East Asian wood wall. East Asia, famous for its wooden architecture. Okay. Sure. It's fine. We can deal with that. Arctic wood? No. I'll look at all the different kinds of woods and see if anything can be recolored. We probably want one that can be recolored. Like this guy. Like recolor it to something. Fits with this. It's bamboo as well, which fits with the East Asian theme. be good to do something like that. Yeah, what it looks like underneath there. I don't think so. I think if we want decorations on there, we should make them something else. I think we do want some decorations on that. Maybe we'll go back to Stasia. Maybe we can use these. Yeah, we can change the color. Okay, fine. It's not exactly how I was thinking of aligning it to surface, but as long as it's aligned. Oh, that's not what I was wanting. We're not going to keep it this color either. Color will we make it? That's like a slightly blue color, maybe. It is very slightly blue. We're getting close to the color. It's more like deeper blue. Oh yeah, look how close that is. Man. Absolutely nailing it. I don't know if we'll keep this color of the bamboo either, we might change that to be a different color as well. Yeah, I like how that one is actually. So I'll just copy it. Bits are there. Just so these. What are those other bits that are? They're like decorations, right? Might just be nice to stick some of these in. Ooh. Now this is actually perfect. Just stick that on top of the bamboo. That works. I'll just do this one side and copy it over to the other side. Super sure about this. Maybe we put it upside down. Maybe. Okay, like that. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It sticks down a bit there, but actually I don't mind how it sticks down. I don't mind the look of that up there. That looks cool. Yeah, I like it. About it. This one just needs to go up a little bit so we don't get that Z5 or something. I think we need some guys. Decorating the sides somehow. Maybe not the same very bright red. Maybe like a red that's more like that one. Huh. I like that. Why you be like this? Ooh. It's a bit. Oh no. Only there's like a semicircle version of that. Good too. Do something like this maybe. I wish there were just like a mirror button. That would be awesome. Take what I've just put and perfectly mirror it over its own axis. And that'd be good. There we go. So we grab all that, copy it, spin it around, slam it in over here. Spot, what's going on? This is indeed not in the right spot. Ooh. Let's see. So it's that. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's symmetricalize it on this side and the other side. I mean, it's absolutely pixel perfect symmetrical, but by emulating a style of building that would be done by hand, right? What's this one gonna do? Symmetrical. There will be minor inconsistencies. It's kind of like using my hand on the screen to like judge what's lined up. That seems lined up. You know, these posts are going to need to go down a little bit further. So that's the apple. And that's all that I need. Now I'm also thinking, why a flag would you make a way for the otters to get up here? They might chill in there. And what are the current reversible areas that we got to save actually before we look at all that? Oh, I saved like 40 minutes ago. What? How has it been that long? It felt like 5 minutes. This game is such a time sink. I swear, when I'm playing this game, I enter this kind of like time vortex and no idea how much time is passing. Oh, here's an otter. Yeah, that's not an otter, that's an otter. An angel. Angel the giant otter. Vertical areas. So they're not very good at climbing, I guess. They can't climb up all these. But we could give them like a little thing there, right? Maybe. So there's probably stuff in here that's climbing as well. Would they be able to climb? Like a 45-degree angle, and they climb up that. We put this like down here at this near this spot where they can climb. Would that be climbable? Would that be traversable? Do we need to like reload the traversable area map? No, so they can't climb at all, I suppose. It's going to make it very hard for them to get up here. Maybe we won't have the otters come up here then. What we do need to do is like put some full bases around these pillars. Maybe like just with these. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a better way to do that. Nice. We're gonna have to do it for each pillar. That's fine. Easier to do this bit than to have to try to line it up in all the other axes. I only have to line up one axis for each pillar now. This way. Yeah, that doesn't need to be like extremely precisely lined up. Whereas if I was trying to line up the other axes, I would need to extremely precisely line them up to make sure like this thing is right in the middle thing. Oh, interesting. This one's like right at the broken spot. Well, right near the broken spot. I like how this interacts with the brokenness there. That's great. Completely accidental and perfect. I mean, entirely planned. That's why it's so good. I knew what I was doing. Shifty eyes. Yeah, you'll be watching for this one. Yeah, you know I didn't know what I was doing. Let's go. Very cool. We need some, yes, East Asian plants. Can we like theme East Asia? Are there any East Asian theme plants? No. Themes don't apply to plants. I guess continents apply to plants. And then it's all of Asia, not just East Asia. It's like Asia. I suppose we can also filter by biome. Most of East Asia is like temperate. Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, that's a bit of a generalization, but... Weirdly, I think the giant otters are from like South America, so foliage isn't going to be their favorite. Suck one. Okay. trees and cypress trees and stuff. Like found bamboo maybe? Big old bamboo bushes. Mountain bamboo always works, right? We don't even need to worry about the backside of this because there's so much. This is going to be an absolute mess of foliage back here, which makes it so you can't even see what's going on back there at all. From any angle. Like you can't even see the building from this angle. Might as well not exist. There's just plants and plants and plants. This is like a wall of this back here, just so that in case you do get in there and try to have a look, you can't peek in and see behind the curtain. All you see is like a whole bunch of nice. Stuff goes well with the elephant grass too. I mean, everything goes well with the elephant grass. It's almost as good as bracket. These are the kinds we like. Himalayan birch. These are exactly the kinds of plants that I was thinking of having, like, growing up and around this thing. Going up out of these rocks and stuff. So that one, like, although it's a great spot for it, it does block view of all of like the collapsy bit. What I want actually is something growing out like a very strong angle, which this is the kind of tree that would do that. So it looks like it's like growing out of the crumbled part of the base, right? Maybe actually a little bit difficult, like getting it to work from like with the roots and with the look of like where this bit is. Ah, that's actually really great. Like, nice. I guess some more of those. Really. say as I change the angle. I do not hold it further. Super about this one. I feel like this one should be more maybe here. Probably also like at a funny angle. I want all of these to be at kind of funny angles. I feel like it's a tree that like lends itself to that. Bigger one. And yeah. Need some like splashes of color in it too though. Oh, can we get wisteria? Wisteria would be like, that's a very like wisteria, here we go. Like wisteria is like a classically East Asian plant, isn't it? Man, there's a lot of like different bits. Feel horizontal. There's no like wisteria tree, you just have to like make your own, build your own wisteria. Also, they all like come oriented weirdly. Like instead of being, I suppose it's like a vine, right? So it needs something to grow on. I don't know if we want the wisteria in this area. Like maybe it would be better to have a dedicated wisteria spot. We'll need like lattice work and stuff to hold it up. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Good flowers. Maybe we'll go for some Japanese maples. Back here. Flashes of color. Sausage tree. Kind of like crapping my style a bit. And also, maybe we got too much bamboo. Yeah, that sounds like sacrilege to say there's too much of granite foliage. Sometimes less is more. So if we really want more foliage, then we have to have less foliage. Question mark. Maybe cherry blossoms. Like, it doesn't get more stereotypically Asian than a cherry blossom, does it? I mean, it's very much Japanese. And so is the Japanese maple, I suppose. I do want a Japanese maple as well. Look like growing out the bamboo thing. It looks like bamboo is quite low on some kind of hill, right? Like we've kind of made a hill out of bamboo here. That's my aim anyway.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that looks a bit weird. Japanese maple. It's not really very visible where it is. I suppose it needs to go down a bit. You know what? This is one of those situations where this is definitely off. I think we really need to do some more rock work back here. Get rid of some plantage. The plantage. That's a word. Plantage. Some people might say foliage is the correct word. Those people. Correct. But also, don't need to be a smarty pants. Just let me use the word plantage. It's fun. It's not hurting anyone. Plantage. Maybe someone is hurt by me saying plantage. If so, I'd say that's on them though. If you're hurt by something I say, it's like, well, unless I'm intentionally saying something to hurt you, in which case that would be on me. But if you're hurt by me saying plantage, which I am intentionally saying to hurt you, that's right. You should be hurt. Plantage. Whatever. Where's the fountain bamboo? It's in here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, it definitely looks better with humans. We are going to need to do something about this though. We'll probably need to like stick some of these guys in here or something. Like a little bit of this. Oh no, we don't want that. Put a bit of like junk around here to block view into that bit. It's alright if like the top of the cherry blossom is viewable from here, but we don't want like all the backside of all that to be viewable. The flamingos have such a huge area. Lucky flamingos. And like same here, you can see like the tops of some of the trees. You can even see through to there. It's kind of cool. Although what you see through to is the food van. Kind of an unfortunate one. I like it though that you get this full sight through to the gift shop back there. Maybe we'll put something cool here. Here or something like a totem pole or something. I don't know. Not a totem pole, that wouldn't make any sense. But you know, that kind of genre of thing. Maybe that just that kind of size and shape of thing. Put a giant palace there. Like a fountain on the top. Shooting up. It's the let's not do that. Be a bit silly. Very silly. maybe we want some kind of like cheeky. That's the one. Maybe the round bowl. I have weird axes. Oh, the round bowl doesn't have feet. I like that this one has feet. We want some kind of theme set in here. It's right now it just looks kind of pointless. Like, why is there a shrine here? What's it there for? Got this big guy here. Oh, we need to run it off. What's this issues? We've got like a round one on either side. We've got a very long one in the middle. Got a good old coffee box, everyone's favourite. The first thing that anyone draws as soon as they're given a piece of blank paper and a pen, they don't know what to draw. It's either that or the cool S. You know. I'm trying to like trace out the shape of it with my finger. You know the one, the S that everyone's always drawn all the time. We like chuck like a bucket there. Maybe a little incense thing. Oh, some rugs. Are they like rugs in East Asian theme? Must be rugs somewhere. African rug. It's too African. Oh, these are corrugated. Carpet? There you go. I mean, they're all a little bit Asian or Indian, aren't they? They're Indian carpets. But, little known fact, India is part of Asia. So maybe it would make sense to have some like Indian carpet in here. I don't know what I'm doing with it. I'm just like looking at colors and thinking, how can we make this thing look like it actually belongs in here? Maybe if we make it like a bit like brown, instead of like being all blue and pink and stuff. We're going all like brown colors, and for some reason it's still kind of bluish. That like black bit, that dark bit. You can't change all the colors, I suppose. That's the problem. So it could be like obviously Buddhism has had a huge impact on all of Asia, really. Maybe not all of Asia, but a good amount of Asia. So if we make, you know, so like an Indian style carpet could work. Oh well, that's not good. That doesn't look good at all. Oh, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks like a bit more faded or something. Put another one over here. Maybe in a slightly different color again. Like, yeah, Indian culture has affected all of Asia, well, all of East Asia, quite strongly. Just as strongly as Chinese culture has, really. The two of them being very, very influential on what we think of as Asian, right? So it makes sense that basically I'm justifying using an Indian carpet. I think that works. Wood. Stage. What other little props are there? Little basket. Yeah. That works. Fan. Weird. Weird station. Parasol fan. Huge fan, actually. Do want to be basically like plastic. Like that red bits on it. It looks kind of weird with the stuff around it though. Maybe like more like that. Yeah, I don't know about the white, the red now. Make it a little bit off-white. And we'll make the red, I don't know, blue. Purple. Pink. So that blue was alright, wasn't it? Yeah, that actually works. It's like a very pale orange. We just want to put some junk up here, really. Just so it's not empty. Oh. Oh. Please. Let's see, that's just another one of those, but without the lid. Okay. For some reason, things like, to me, things just look better in a group of 3 or 4 than like, especially groups of 3s tend to look pretty good. But like, a group of 4 here might be better. Let's put another bucket there too. Group 3. Group of 3 always works. Porcelain. Or China, as it's called. Obviously, a little bit of a link to East Asia with that. Not a strong link or anything. It's not like the material is called China or anything. Lacquerware is another word for like lacquering things to Japan. It's an old term, but they used to call it Japani. So don't know much. They have like some stuff that could pass as lacquer. Yeah. Less of that. China was good though, man. Why do we put it like right at the back here where you can't even see it? Is that's how I roll. Groups of 3, always good. You can just see the little like edge of it. How's that look? So in terms of like stuff in there. Yeah, there's stuff in there now. Oh, thank you, Genfry. Genfry25. Thank you very much. Were there 25 or 24 Genfries before you? I guess there would have been 25, like the original Genfry, and then Genfry 1, Genfry 2, Genfry 3. and so on. There are probably more than that, weren't there? Like, how many people with each name must there have been in history? Probably like thousands. Thousands of. Oh, it was your day of birth. I thought you were the 25th iteration. Like, they've made 24 before you, and they like finally got, they're like, yes, we figured it out. We've worked out how to make the ultimate Gen Fry. The Gen Fry Mark 25. That's why I'm just Barry Lyne. I'm the first iteration. They haven't ironed out all the bugs yet. It's a little bit dodgy. That actually looks really good where it's crumbling there. Like having the tree growing out of the front like that. It's beautiful. We do need an ultimate Gen Fry. They're gonna make one for each letter of the alphabet. Seems sensible somehow. Okay, please. No lag. No lag, please. No, we don't need all our special things in there now. Because we need. Now, I've got so many favorited things now. It's like hard to find the ones I actually want. Maybe I have too many favorites. But I do use most of these guys at different times. What about these ones I never use actually? Let's get rid of those favorites. Bracken? Oh, we cannot get rid of that. The aloe vera, I don't use that now. Cheese plant I like. This one? I don't think I ever use this one. Let's get rid of that. And the Japanese maple. So a Japanese maple. Cherry blossom we also don't need. Like if we want those, we'll pick them up. Omega Fry. Hopefully not. Yes, hopefully not. And if they do get all the way to Omega, we might be in a bit of trouble. I suppose they've skipped some already, so they might get to Omega quicker than you would expect. And these things are just good no matter where you put them. The Alpine Sea Volume. It's so beautiful. Touching. It's me feel feelings. No. It doesn't make me feel feelings, just not like particularly strong feelings. More feelings like, yeah, that is aesthetically pleasing. Is that a feeling? I think that's a feeling. To be pleased by the aesthetics of something. You can't really say something is or isn't a feeling. Stuff. Crowberry, not cowberry. It looks particularly good on the water actually, the crowberry. It's like perfect. Grass. Yeah, that's cool. You have to have a cherry blossom tree. Yeah, well, we got one back here. We've got quite a few of them over this way. I'm sure I'll put down more as well because it is a great tree. The cherry blossom, one of the best trees. I don't think that would be a very controversial thing to say that cherry blossoms are one of the best trees. I think it's pretty commonly held opinion that they're good. Sakura. Yeah. Got some Japanese in the stream now. Of course, if you know that Sakura, probably also know about Harami, where in the spring when the cherry blossoms start blossoming, goes out to have a look at them, to go flower viewing. Like, what a great bit of culture to have. Just like, everyone goes and enjoys some flowers. We don't have anything like that in Australia. We do have wildflowers, but mostly it's just retirees who go and do that. It's not like a hugely popular pastime to go and have a look at those. Not quite as much as it is with the there's some Dutchman's breeches there too. Fucking hell. Get in there. Stop being silly. No. It's going to be a little bit of a pain, it seems, to get this the right orientation. We'll do it. That's not the one I want to pull, apparently. That is. There we go. Nice. The peaceful wake walk sounds. More Botanical Gardens and tropical sands. Yeah, they have some like very famous ones in Singapore. Really nice ones. I feel like Botanical Gardens must be a European concept. It's very much in line with the European idea of a garden. The here is nature, we have tamed it kind of idea. Instead of the, well, one of the other ideas, like at the time, the Japanese garden idea. But it's only because I think it's really nice how it's about. It's not about taming nature, it's about taking nature and emulating it on like small scale. It's just, and like harmony with nature as well. Like the flaws, embracing the flaws of it instead of trying to make it all straight lines and things like you get with topiaries and stuff, where it has, you sculpting it into a fish or an elephant or something. The idea of just making it, making it natural, admiring the beauty that's in that. A little bit wanky to say, isn't it? Get into this stuff. They're like placing all these little bits. Yeah, it's looking good. It's really coming along. Where to go, You know what? You know what we need in here. Do we? Do we dare? Do we dare to go for the bracket? I've said it now. It's bracket time. can just look so good with rocks. I can't help it. I can't help but put it down. So Cairns, Singapore, Malaysia. There's a butterfly sanctuary in Cairns. Singapore has one that only has orchid varieties. No, orchid. Orchid varieties, not orchid varieties. Reading. I'm good at that. I'm not good at that on the stream. Let's just start trying to read them out on stream. I've seen pictures of some of Singapore's Botanical Gardens. They look really nice. Of course, like most people, I've only ever been to the airport in Singapore. So, I don't know much about the place itself. Well, I know a little bit, but not from experience, only from reading. Okay, very good. See, maybe if we align to surface. Yeah, it's better going over some of these. Yes. It's like a little bit of going over it. Oh, actually, that's quite nice having a big room. It's a crowberry bush, honestly. It's among the best. Don't let the bracken hear me say this, but I might prefer the crowberry bush to the bracken. It's between us and the crowberry bush. We can't let the bracken know. Kill the bracken to hear that. Just wouldn't be able to handle it. I thought it was my only one. It's like, what? Cheating on you with crowberry bush? All the plants. It's the national flower of Singapore. Huh. I didn't know that was the national flower of Singapore. I don't really know the national flowers of most places though. What's the national flower of Australia? Is it the kangaroo paw? I would assume it's the kangaroo paw, because that's like such a distinctive, like such a beautiful flower and such a distinctively Australian one. Or maybe it's some other plant. Jeez, that's cool. They're like the waffle flower. Those are alright. Those are also pretty distinctive. Yeah, that's stuff growing on the sides. Yeah. We're going to need to do some more cinematiquing. The precise tool. this will work out. I think with this little lip here is it's not the easiest. No, fine. We'll just make these bits of plant a part of the building. That's probably for the best anyway. We need some more elephant grass too. And then front doors. These ones we don't need much sense. Yeah. Is that right? I feel like you get better results from the elephant grass by just like putting it upright as it's meant to be. Why do they call it elephant grass, I wonder? Is it because it's grass but it's big, so it's big like an elephant? The elephants eat it? Australia's national flower is the golden wattle flower, so what's the wattle? Golden wattle? Red one's away. Or maybe it's just the red ones are more common where I live, so it makes me like. Yeah, the golden wattle is alright actually. It's not a bad flower. It's no kangaroo paw though. Maybe is the kangaroo paw like the national, well, the state flower of WA? Oh yeah, we'll get some like sea holly too. Just like add a little bit of colour here. Probably align that to surface. Ooh. Maybe we won't align it to surface. Oh no. But I turned off align to surface. Next. That's great. I'm not really sure exactly what I'm going to do with this here. Something. I reckon we've probably got enough foliage around here now. Probably just get a little bit of something there. What's the grass? Even though it doesn't necessarily make sense all the way up here. Don't care. Elephant grass wherever I want to. Yeah. Take that. Yeah. Realism. I don't know. It's possible. Maybe this one. Yeah. The one that doesn't have any size associated with it. And some little small ones too. It'd be cool if we get some like little spotlights up here or something. Maybe. Just because like the way it's oriented, it's going to be like the facade of this and it's always in the shadow. Which is, you know, it's fine to have stuff in the shadow, I guess, but the lighting is so nice in this here. It's always good to get your big buildings like hit by the lighting. Oh, is this guy getting a Lion King? Whoa! You're good? So you do another jump? Nope. Just thinking about it. It doesn't look great with the bracket in here. Surveying your kingdom. Whoa! Big old jump. Oh, it's the webcam that we put in that didn't work. Well, it works, but it doesn't actually do... Like, you can't link a TV to what the webcam sees, so, like, what's the point? I forgot that we were going to put up stuff on the top there. I haven't finished that. Still need to decorate more of this. Haven't finished this. And now we start another thing which we haven't finished. Oh yeah, there's the mount that we haven't finished. Jeez. Finishing stuff. Who does that? I kind of like how this continues the line of that. This like viewing station here. Yeah, that we did yesterday, it's great. It's the gardens, this whole thing. It's a bit of like a weird shape, isn't it? Whoa! Yay, please, don't scare me like that. I'm gonna drop a save. And while the game's saving, wait, I'm gonna quickly get some water. Be right back. So, I don't know what's going on right now. When I put them on, any sound could be coming out. The game could be like shouting racial slurs for a while. It's probably not, but fingers crossed it's not. Oh, turns out there's no sounds at all. Barely any. I like the way these guys move. Look at them. They're like a funny walk. Should we like... How do I start working on this bit here? How this also... Thinking there needs to be like a viewing area up here as well. Kind of on top of it. Which maybe would just be like a big box. Not sure. It's probably just going to be at this height. So not too high. Just high enough. I don't think the giant otters are going to like try to jump out or anything. Can't imagine that they're a particularly dangerous animal. Maybe they are. Yeah, what do I know? They could be very dangerous. Okay, maybe we will continue with the East Asian theme with the viewing platform. use just these stone brick walls. They're a bit plain. So instead of doing that one, why don't we do the low one? Not that low. Whoa! Okay, you know how I said that they're not gonna jump out? They heard me. You little fucker. Get back into your cage. What? Oh, it tells you in the Sewerpedia, doesn't it, what height fence they need. Giant otter. That's the first time that's happened too. Just after I said it. They need a greater than 1.8 meter high boundary. Who would have guessed they would do that? So it's almost tall enough here. It's just in this spot here where it's not tall enough. It's like along here. So let's select all of this. Then we like just set the height a bit somehow. I really wish there was just a like flatten it all to one height. Maybe there it is. Ice now. Yeah, I remember trying to do this before and finding that there was no good way to do it. Terrain relative. Flat top. So as long as it's 1.8 at its lowest, which it isn't. So this is the lowest part. Look, we just need to pause, I think, and redo this whole bit of fence. Yeah, I know. Very upset at me. Wait, what? How is that obstructed? What's obstructing it? Obstructed by what? It's going in way too much. That's where it was. Just need to follow this, but with the fence that's high enough. It's just because the land is too high in those spots. If we're going to be redoing a part of the fence, we might as well do it in a way that's good. Says meaninglessly. Sure. That's the angle we want to go along with. Sure. I think that works. And some of these are not the right height. Right? And they all seem to be the right height. They're all high enough. That stop the things from escaping. In fact, they're all too high now, which means we could lower them a little bit. I don't want the fence to be any higher than it must be, you know? So I don't want the viewing platform for it to be too high up. I want it to be like, you know, just a little bit up. I need just like a flat fences. Just like, I snap select to post on edit. Ooh, there is a thing. Maybe. I think they are all at the same height. The problem is that we just need this to be at that 1.8, not 1.81. But it like skips over 1.8. Right, 1.81 it is. I think they're all at the same height. The issue is that like the terrain goes up and down. So yeah, where there's like a bump in the terrain, it makes it so if this wasn't at that height, it could jump over. But it's just high enough. Did they put them back in? Is it fine? Yeah, they're all back in. This one's like a lot of terrain being weird. But they're happy again now that stuff is fixed. I suppose it makes the most sense for me to do the underground bit first. So let's do that. Maybe these dry stone walls would be nice underground. Need to make sure this thing is all like lined up with the window here. Wait a minute. Why is it letting me use the precise move tool on this? That's a grid piece. Oh, also, yeah, we were gonna leave the end of it as like a yeah, I remember while I was sleeping, I'm gonna do like it's like standard concrete walls leading up to this open end. Oh, look at that. It's letting me like precise move for grid piece. So you can precise move a grid piece if it's not part of a building already. Jeez. It's not easy like editing stuff underground like this. Let me tell ya. Like, the game doesn't like me. But what I did to observe this, but the game is like, oh, great. It's gonna kind of have to just be done out of these, isn't it? Our old friends. Concrete panels. This is what we made our very first building out of. Well, not our very first building, but our first, like, building of any interest. We don't want rotation on for this bit. That'd be quite silly. I think we want snap on, but only to 15 degrees. let's do this. Exit out of it. Just this position. So we are like lined up with this. Oh, are we already lined up? No. We're not, sure. No, we're not. I didn't think that we were on any kind of like lineup. But we do want to be. Be lined up class. You gotta use the tool to do it. Lining up classes, pretty cool to do. It's necessary for making this building. I don't know why the Spice Girls didn't hire me to write their songs. Lyrical genius right here. There we go. That's it. It's perfectly lined up. Fuck. Luckily, these people can just see straight through that thing, so that's fine. Oh. Yeah, we'll delete that. Start again with panels. So we need to line up the panel perfectly with this thing. And then from that we can go back to our angle snaps. I got some time to do this. Did I basically nail it? Seems like I might have almost nailed it. Not quite. Yeah, I remember the slight issues that we had with the concrete bits. And now the texture makes it look like they don't meet up. When they do. Okay, that's weird. When I go here, the underwater effect appears, even though I'm not underwater. If that doesn't cause problems in the future. The game thinks I'm underwater when I'm not. It's very slightly off. We need to get the angle on this right. Yes, it's a little bit tedious. We only have to get the angle on it right once, and then it's right forever. That's like the great game crashes because I forgot to save or something, you know. Then it's not right forever. It probably doesn't need to be quite this precise. It's alright. Okay. free to go off of that. Yes. And use that to make our walls, which will be perfectly perpendicular. And that's actually quite nice to say, perfectly perpendicular to the glass, which is all we want. Now you would think, oh, no, you don't need to be that perfect with it. It's fine. And yeah, it kind of is, but also over like the long distance that we're going to be going with this stuff, it's quite a large building. Very, very small mistakes. Yes, get added together to make bigger mistakes. Well, to me, you know, to make an actual difference. So if it's off by like a tiny, tiny margin, it can make a difference. When you're repeating it like 20 times, that tiny margin gets multiplied by 20, right? Yeah, they saw me putting this wall in. Man, I just always wanted to run through a wall. Let's do it! Whoa! Right? Sorry, my phone just like did a little ding earlier. I had to check it because it's the building manager of the apartment. It's just about like cleaning the tiles of the ground floor. Thing I need to worry about. So we also want, like, we don't want this to go this way all the way along, do we? We can't. Yeah, at this point it should turn like that. Good thing we got the 45 degree. They just you're obsessed with standing at the edges of your cards. I suppose it kind of makes sense that for a round to stand at the edges because that's likely to be near what, like that's likely to be where the spots they can view animals from are. So rather than actually be aware of where the animals are, they just stand near the edge of the paths and it makes it look like they're aware of where the animals are. I assume that's how it works. I believe that we're going to be precise about this detail. You probably can't even see what I'm looking at. There's like a very thin seam that we're trying to get rid of. I mean, that's half of this stream, isn't it? It's just me looking at something which probably doesn't even come out at the reduced quality that the stream comes out at. Because I stream at 1080p, whereas I'm playing at 1440, so probably miss a little bit. See, the good thing about doing it like I am doing it is that we should just be able to copy all of this over to the other side once this wall is done. Because I'm going to just leave parallel, be parallel to each other. Don't worry too much about anything else. We can change the colors and we can change anything else. How the important thing is that that's that. Oh, I guess quite right. So we want this probably to be there. Yeah. So we have to like drag this out in that way a bit. So that this will line up with that. Looked at from this direction. Probably gonna need to do a little bit of messing around with this bit. So we need to do it this way. I worry we haven't actually pushed enough rock out of the way here. Actually, it's fine like that, isn't it? Is that going to be good like that? I need to be like this, which is as far to the side as it will let me go. Then probably push this as far that way as we can go with it, which is where it was already. It's alright. That is fine. We get some concrete flooring. Really? Can't we make that any lower? No. More panels it is. Always with the panels. Wow. You get out. Stop it. Do it on concrete floor. Probably not. I just gotta push this around so I can see. I need to make sure it's high enough to. I guess this actually has to come this way a bit then. Probably bring it just to the edge of this here, which is of course not lined up with that walls. So why would it be? The paths are never really lined up with anything. So much better. Gotta not lean forward. Gotta lean back. Get that old back a break. Maybe if I go from this side, yeah. From this side I can actually see the seam a lot better. And also the arrow at the same time. That kind of means we're probably going to need to do all these bits from that side. Which is fine. Now what does the place look like from underground? I bet it looks really weird, the whole park. The whole thing. Because yeah, we've got all these trees that I've got sunken underground. We got like so many rocks and things sunken underground. Looks wacky. It's a shame that this here is not ever really going to line up with that. There's probably no way we're going to be able to make it line up. Where's that? I am remembering how, like, how much of a pain it was to even get this path to build. But is it like not long enough? Why is it? Me too. It's a shame it's never going to line up, and there's no way that we can possibly make it up. It's parts of this game. Bet my good friend. Let's do this one from the center. I have to do this one from the top down. For some reason it puts the axes all the way down there. Okay. People walking through the walls. What's new? See what I could do. That's gonna meet the path exactly the right spot. That's great. This one isn't. You could make it so it does. Like, it doesn't need to be parallel, does it? You could make it so it's... It's not the one. Can we make it so it's like... I mean, we can. Oh, wait, what? I didn't... No. That's not what I wanted to do. Make it so that, like, goes out from here. Like, in both directions, it kind of, like, goes out like that. It's a little bit of false perspective. It will make it look like this place widens out even though it actually does. It already does widen out a little bit. I think what I should do is line one up directly with this, and then I'll make, yeah, and then I'll like this line up. Oh, it's lined up enough. What we'll do is we don't need all of that. We just need this, and we'll line it up so it's the same angle away from that as this is, right? But in the other direction. That makes sense. I should just like down my protractor or something. Measure the angles on the screen myself. It is a real shame the game doesn't have an inbuilt like protractor in the game, right? Put a protractor somewhere. Let's have a look. My drawer is like stuck. That's the drawer with the protractor in it. It won't open. What's going on? I'm just like down here on the ground trying to make this drawer open. You IKEA? Maybe I have another protractor in here. What's going on with this thing? It's just now like a famous to open drawer screen. I think I can do this. Yeah, here we go. Where is the protractor though? Where? Here we go. As promised. Oh, it's like see-through green. So the green screen really like messes with it. It turns out this whole time, this is why the stream is always so dumb. My head is hollow. There's nothing inside. There's no brain. That's the problem. What are we doing with the projector? I was going to put it on here, like some kind of maniac, using an actual protractor to measure an angle in a video game. It's about 10 degrees. And on this side, so about 10 degrees. We basically got it right just by eyeballing. Now the protractor is stuck on the screen. It's being like a comedy of errors. But not funny. Fixed it. I fixed it. So it was basically right, but needing to be moved ever so slightly this way. So I meet up with that. We continue this along enough for that one to meet up with it. Maybe. Let's see. Because this is like an inside pond as well. It's more forgiving on how we meet up the bits. Whereas on like the outside corner one, you need to meet it up at exactly the edge of two panels. The inside corner, you can just like clip them through each other. If that makes sense. If you get what I mean by that. I'm sure that does make sense. Yeah, that works. So, man, it's quite subtle. It almost looks like they are parallel, but they are going out a little bit, and it makes it. Yeah, well, maybe it makes it look like this place stretches out slightly wider than it actually does. I think we want to have like more interesting color to the concrete though. Since it's like an underwater thing, maybe like a navy blue or something. Be nice. Okay, we're going to use the color wheel. We want like not such a powerful color. I think something around there was actually quite nice. Yeah, there. That's a nice color. There, it beats up the natural table. Will this bit meet up with the natural table properly? I hope so. Figure out a way to make it work. I might put some rocks and stuff in around here anyway. Yeah, tilting my head to the side definitely helps. I don't know why I do that. I think I'm just part pigeon or something. Part bird. I've got this need to tilt my head. It's not just birds that do it, right? I think lots of like dogs are always tilting their head to the side to see things better, and they've got their eyes positioned just like human eyes, both forward facing. So yeah, so this one doesn't actually meet up properly, but we'll put some rocks in there. We also don't need any of this anymore. Maybe we can have some like stalactites. Yeah, it looks way better with that. What can we do about this path? Can we align to grid and get like its path in under here without like breaking anything? Yeah. Yes. Because if we could do that, then we actually get that one. Yeah, look at that. Now we can like all this bit in here. It doesn't matter. Couple that up. Might even be a good spot to put some kind of like stuff facility underground here, like a transformer or something. Yeah, but yeah, now like it's only here where things get a bit weird with the path. I wonder if there's something cool we could do. Probably this will, like, no matter what length we put, it will be too long. I can always like control down and put all this stuff back, so I don't need too concerned that I'm wrecking everything. Yeah. I think the way we have it up is okay. I think this is the best it's gonna get. We'll just have some kind of like natural thing, like rock railing around here or something. Keep the people on the path. And some rocks around there. Maybe we'll just like stick the rocks in now. They should be part of this building though. So let's go to nature. We need the savannah rocks. Savannah. 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 Savannah, 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 Savannah. That's cool, the whole thing. Oh. What's that? They have some stalagmites as well. That's very good, right? Yeah, I can just have one. Like, we'll have like a big cluster of these buckets over here, just like sitting around, being all rocky. As you do when you're a rock. Maybe a little bit too that. There's the other ones, right? Maybe it works. We have to go with the savannah rocks because they match the ground. Ground around. Ground around. Fortunately, because we're like standing these on their ends, we need to go into the advanced move tool in order to do a revolver on them. Rotation. as some people like to call it. Obviously, revolver is the correct technical term used by real professional rotators. But people who don't know that, they say they say rotate. Professional revolvers, they're called, of course, in the lingo. Being such a professional, this kind of thing. You might be thinking that sounds ridiculous. But yeah, that's just like your opinion. Kind of hurtful as well. Like, all these professional revolvers doing their best. They're not asking for anything. They don't want glory. They don't want recognition for all their revolving. All they want to do is revolve and, you know, maybe help a few people with their powerful revolutions. Not that kind of revolution though, not like the kind that you do when you chop off the king's head and overthrow the Tsar and all that. Just the kind where you turn around in a circle. Man. Nailing the commentary here. Just really relevant to what I'm doing. That looks good though. Deselect and even better because we're gonna have those weird selection lines around. But yeah, that's the kind of look I'm going for. We'll probably put in a couple of something similar, maybe as theme bobs. Maybe be really cheeky. Do a good old angle snap. Go boop, boop, boop. Is that right? Flat. Flat. And it will be basically impossible to tell that we've just copied them over. Maybe. If it's not impossible to tell, then we'll change it and make it so they're not copied over. I don't think it would be obvious at all. Like the way they're positioned here, you can't really tell. So they're positioned differently. We'll also put some other rocks and stuff around there. Make it even less obvious. Like this guy. We do also need to put, if we go back into construction bits, we need to put some like extra concrete above this too. Yeah, that's. Oh. Oh. Yeah, actually, I was about to say this is terrible and get rid of it. But we probably want little clusters of rock around here anyway. So it's fine. Utterly fabulous. You would have. I didn't put an otter pun in the name of this stream. I didn't put an otter pun in the name of the last stream. But both times I've wrote an otter pun in the name of the stream, and then I thought, you know what? I'm not going to put an otter. I'm not going to put an otter pun in the name of the stream. I'm going to say, like, we ought to build a castle or something. Like, no. I'm not going to do that. And I didn't. I restrained myself. Somehow I... Why? Why is it doing that? Oh, it's because these are walls. Oh, panels. That's why. Makes sense. There's a reason. The game isn't just like being a jerk to me for no reason. It is being a jerk to me though. There's our color. There's our color. multiple colors as well. But let's worry about that kind of fine detail later. And now we're getting the structure of the thing down. And I think we probably won't have time to do much more than get the structure of the thing down in this stream. This is my patented method for placing stuff down. Turning my head to the side. It's the only way that works. If you ever do this, you owe me money because I've patented it. That's just how it works. I know that I look like an absolute baller while I'm doing it. But that's not the reason that I do it. It's not just because it looks really cool. It's also functional. This one is going to be this guy. So, I mean, this looks great. I still think this looks great in here. But compared to what this thing is going to look like, this will just blow that out of the water. Maybe it won't look as beautiful. It will look more... maybe? I think the other one, like, all of its beauty comes, or most of its beauty comes from the gardens. This one is not going to rely on gardens to make it look good. That's better, somehow. I've decided that's better. We've got a lot more experience now, right? So it should be better executed than that one. It's not, then I've learned nothing. 60, 70 hours of gameplay that I've done since making that one. So, you know, it's possible I've learned nothing. I'm not going to say that I definitely have learned something, but yeah. We could just like grab all this, not that. Oh, no, we can't do that because of the thing I did with those being at funny angles. But we can grab all of this. It turns out probably just clicking on them individually would have been easier. But you live in them. Oh, you just live. Yeah, to live and learn though, because then you're doing two things at once. And everyone knows that the more things you do at a time, the better. Doing just one thing. Many things. Suddenly. Very cool. Need 4 packs. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we'll get all the structure of this done and then pull it there. We'll come back tomorrow to really like flesh it all out. One thing I can do, because I've like got the whole made of these separate pieces, is I could make these upper parts a different color, right? I could easily select them, which of course I can't. But I could like grab all of these and go, these ones are yellow. Like, we're not going to make them yellow, because that's stupid. But just as an example. Like, I could make them, probably if I was going to make them a different color, I'd make them like Why just kind of come up? Maybe like a black. So yeah, not very dark gray. But we're not going to do that. So that it would save every single color that I clicked on. In my control there. Okay, here we go. Just something we could do if we want to. It's the color that I would go for. Kind of depends on many things. Maybe I'll also... I'd like to get some wood down here. Because wood is always good. Got a tiny little gap. We've got a tiny little gap here. It's the end of the world. Everything's ruined. If we have a tiny gap there, it means we might have a tiny gap on the other side. But we might also not have a tiny gap on the other side. I can see where a tiny gap might appear on the top as well. Now that I've zoomed all the way in here. Alright. There we go. I suppose I should really start from this end, because this is the end where we need to make sure it's like flush. At every other spot, it doesn't really matter. If it is flush on this end, then it will be on the other. It might be like slightly off. Unless we decide to have like vertical stripes of different color, which I might actually do. It shouldn't matter. Though if I do that, then I do it with you know, different bits. I probably will have like different bits like sticking out very like slightly, something like that. Just a tiny bit. I have them be something like that. Makes it look a little bit like a public swimming pool, but for some reason. Maybe there's just like a public swimming pool that I remember from my youth, which had this kind of color scheme in it. Or maybe it's a common color scheme from... The bathroom behind. Yeah, that's a good idea. I probably will do that. Probably stick one in like here or something. Yeah, like we've got on the other one, right? We've got a little bathroom under the stairs there. We'll do something very similar. It's gonna take like 10 minutes or something to fix up this area, and I haven't done it in so long. It's like every now and then I look over there, I'm like, oh yeah, I should do that some way. Yeah, I think we'll put one in like here or something like that. It is 2 o'clock now, so sadly, we have to pull it there. We'll come in and we'll finish all this at a later date. I probably want to have a ceiling as well. Like, probably... Ow. It's probably just the game, like, lagging out a little bit. Oh man, I love the rain. The rain looks so good. And I love this thing. How good does this look in the rain? If we look from like this angle where basically everything you can see is finished except for the rain. Looks a little bit dark and ominous, I suppose. A little like spikes on the ends. Almost looks like a bit sinister. This is the darkness. But also beautiful. Maybe. I like it. so good seeing like the rain splattering down on walls and stuff. The Croc Aquarium. The areas. I just love every time it's like a good rainstorm coming out, like so seeing everything in the rain. Have we looked at this in the rain? The wood. This wood looks so good in the rain. How good does that look? Like the sun shining off it, like the... God damn, that looks so good. There's something about wet wood. Phrasing. But look at that. It's just so like... so nice. So aesthetically pleasing. It's great in the rain too. Slick. It is. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? That's slick wood. I mean, it's probably a bit of a slipping hazard. It looks very... it looks like it would be quite slip-free. You get some... I should have used G so we could like look around without even seeing the UI. Like, you get some great views. Oh, rain stopped. But this game, it makes the things that you build look great. Like, I can't take full credit for how good the things look, because I know if I tried to make the same stuff in a game with like less good building engine or less good lighting engine, it wouldn't look anywhere near as good as this. The rain started again. It heard me. It heard me complaining it was stopping. It's just like, oh, okay, I'll start again. This whole area here is so... wow, I love it. Yeah. Well, that's what we achieved today. That and some other stuff, but I'm very happy with that. So let's save it. So we don't lose the last hour of work that we've just done. How do I forget to save? I always try to save every like half hour. And every time I save, it's been at least 40 minutes or an hour or something. It's that like time vortex of this game. But yeah. Hope you've enjoyed. I have enjoyed. And if you have enjoyed, I hope I see you tomorrow as well. We'll quit to main menu. Actually, if I didn't save somehow, I was like too dumb. And I missed too much progress. That would be annoying. It'll be alright. Because I know how to build the stuff I built. I'll just build it again. Even better. Maybe.
Whoa. Whoa.
Alright. Thank you very much for watching, and see you next time. Bye.